Hello everybody, and OBS if you would like. Welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. So, last time I believe we basically just did a bunch of side quests, or not side quests, main quests. I got Regen, it's nice, from a class quest, and yeah, that's basically it. Just a bunch of side quests or main quests. I don't know why I keep saying side quests. And as far as what I've done in between streams, I gone around and let's see. I ended up finishing up I think one of the hunting log for Lord of the Twin Adder. Farmed a bunch of serpent seals, and I've gotten to what rank is it again? Serpent Sergeant Sing class. Easy this rank, which means I can now sell any piece of gear that is essentially just green or above, I think. I can basically sell that to my grant company and basically get items, or basically get serpent seals from them. So that's nice. Let's see, I need to find those. There they are. Yeah, we're basically just continuing with this quest. If I remember correctly, the reason why we're killing these things is because we're trying to basically help a group of people figure out who has been killing people recently, and they think that it might be these CC, but they're not entirely sure. They apparently just want us to kill some of them, get evidence. I should probably make sure that I have text-to-speech enabled.
You've already seen to the Ziz? Good work, adventurer. So, were you able to find aught to suggest that the creatures are our culprits? Nothing? Truth be told, even if there were proof, I wouldn't know what it looked like. Anyway, I believe we can safely strike Ziz from our list of suspects. Which leaves us with the masked man and his winged eyeball.
Okay. We have 2 main quests now.
There's something else I heard about the deaths. It appears all the victims have been comely maidens. I'd better watch myself, eh? Het. Sigh unseemly japes aside, there's a rumor been going around. There's some as whisper that, after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here, causing it to flash and moan. This bears investigating, I reckon. I'm going to give you a fire sand stick to blow off a piece of that crag. The stick doesn't come with a fuse or anything, so you'll have to throw the thing. Once you've torn the rock a new one, bring back some of the fragments, and I'll give them a gander.
Okay. And also this one.
There is something you should know. I have been keeping this to myself, lest I worsen Midrod's paranoia, but I, too, have seen the winged eyeball. I cannot say whether it was coincidence, but my sighting took place precisely the same time as Midrod's. I was heading home after a day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in a gaze with a giant eyeball. I let out a scream at the top of my lungs and ran without once looking back. This happened at the rocky area west of here, in case you had a mind to investigate.
Okay. And both quests are in this direction. So, did a little bit of looking at the upcoming quests, just figure out like when is the next dungeon. Apparently it's not that long until we get the next dungeon, at least from what I could see. Might be slightly mistaken, but pretty sure it shouldn't be that long. Just heal up before going. Okay. There you go. Apparently there shouldn't be that long before we have another dungeon that we need to enter. And the place that needs to this. There we go. Okay, and then it's just back up.
Most folk are too scared to go within 100 yalms of the Rock of Rancor. It has a name. But what's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you, eh?
Bigger than a shard, but not quite large enough. Be a cluster. The energy is emitted by this crystal lightly tingle the hands. Hands of any who touch it.
Hey? Why, these are just your garden variety crystals. 'Tis a bit hard to tell beneath all the dirt and grime, but they're definitely lightning aspects. I almost hate to say it, but that explains the flashing and moaning. Nothing to do with the masked stranger. Looks like I've gone and wasted both your time and a perfectly good fire sand stick. Oh, well.
A monstrous bane might appeared, and you slew it? That creature had long been a scourge upon the folk of Falgord. Intentional or no, you have done us a great service. You have my gratitude. But this does make me wonder, Was it truly a winged eyeball I saw? Or merely a trick of light combined with blind panic?
Abduction. Scene.
Sigh, there have been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep, knowing that the killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I had been pondering my encounter. I was uncertain for a time, but there can be no doubt, it was a winged eyeball that I witnessed. It's implausible that I could have mistaken so distinct a creature for a bane mite. But you and I were malms apart. How could we have both seen it at precisely the same time? What's more, our adventurer friend here had a run-in with the bane mite at the very spot you claimed to see that fiendish eyeball. Isn't that right? There must be an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I would wager an apple tart on it.
Ooh, he's serious. But listen, mayhap it's not as mysterious as we're making it out to be. There's no reason why there couldn't be. Gasp gods, of course. There must be more than one of the buggers. Ugh, it's so obvious. But then that means, since there have been repeated sightings of these fiends, then there must be even more victims as yet undiscovered.
Gulp. I do believe we're out of our depth. We ought to leave the rest to the expert.
Why yes, we're just civilians, after all. Good luck, adventurer. It was a pleasure knowing you.
While I burn to know the truth, some things are best left unknown. Lest you have forgotten, it was at the rocky area to the west that I had my encounter. Should you discover aught of note, you will want to alert the authorities. There is a guardhouse nearby. The serpents there should be pleased for any information that pertains to the security of the region.
Okay. So, search for Maiden's corpse west of Volgorp. So it seems like it should be right over there-ish. Ah, there it is. Mangled corpse. And bring the mangled corpse back. Oh yeah, it went way too far. I forgot that it was like up there that I needed to talk. There it is.
Greetings, adventurer. Is there aught I might assist you with?
Body of this poor soul has been defiled in more ways than one.
Gods be good, not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot seem to get used to the horrid sight. Poor woman. Identical deaths have been reported in the central shroud. While the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature in any, sightings of the winged eyeball are common enough. The creature appears to be moving the bodies, but to what end, none can say. The victims have all been young women. All are found with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. It's been difficult to identify them, so as to notify their next of. This button, engraved with a lily motif. The very same object was found upon another victim. A family sigil, or that of an organization, perhaps. Either way, I dare to hope that this find will prove pivotal in solving the murders.
Okay. Ooh, North Shroud mount speed is increased.
I would have you hold on to the lily button. You will need it to continue your investigation. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you have proven yourself reliable and resourceful in this matter. I see no reason why you shouldn't carry on your work. If I might make a suggestion, you may wish to take the button to Gridania and have it examined by Mayun. Mayhap someone in her vast network of contacts can shed light upon its sigil.
Okay. Toss Mioli. There's a person that there's basically tried to make the name Belt Elfie, apparently.
Good morrow to you, Shauna. By your grim expression, I suspect you aren't here for scones and herb tea.
The sigil is carved into this tiny ivory button.
Well, isn't this a lovely little button? The engraving is quite exquisite, artisan level quality, I would say. Where did you say you found this? On a dead body? Lovely. Anyway, I'm afraid I do not recognize the lily sigil. You will have to find the answer the old-fashioned way, by asking around. You could do worse than beginning with Bernadette, over by the Etherite Plaza. She has a sharp pair of eyes, that one.
Okay. Yeah, Belle der Wolfine. And it's a guy.
Need help tracking down the owner of a button? That's certainly not a request I receive on a regular basis. Well, go on, then, show me what you have. Seems to be some manner of decorative button, reminiscent of those worn by the families of old, though I cannot claim to know its sigil. However, I can say with certainty that the white lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture. Alas, I do not know who would make a personal sigil of it. If there is a soul in Gridania who does, it would be Saint Guild over at the Lancers Guild. The woman makes a point of knowing all the citizens on a forename basis.
Okay.
Bernadette believes that I can help you? Well, that is a rather bold assumption to make. I will try to assist, never you fear, but whether aught comes of it is another matter. Now, then, What do you require of me? Fascinating. Work of this quality is rarely seen in the hands of ordinary Gridanians. The owner of this button is most certainly well-to-do. You may wish to take your search to the Gentry's Ward, northwest of here. Wait. A memory comes to me. Of late, there has been a man who is perpetually seated at the bench by the ward's entrance. His name is Ursandal, and I distinctly recall seeing a markedly similar button upon the breast of his jacket. I dare say he can tell you a thing or two about it.
Okay. So up to that little area up there, I guess. Kind of curious, have I actually lowered the audio up more than has been?
I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray leave me to my thoughts. Gasp, the sigil of the Dardancourt's family. How is it that you came to be in possession of this button? From the body of a murdered woman? Her face, was it marred in any way? I had feared as much, sigh, I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but on one condition: you promise to put an end to my lady's madness and free her from her torment.
Okay. There it is. There's the dungeon.
I was once a manservant in the employ of one of the oldest and proudest families in Gridania, the Dardancourts. During that time, I had the honor of waiting upon Lady Amandine, mistress of the household. Fair as summer was she, and possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though my lady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kinder fate. Never will I forget the day her bandages were removed, and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I knew ceased to be. Unable to bear the thought of being seen, my lady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons, until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. None among us knew whence they came, these masked men, but my lady believed that they would help her to regain that which she had lost. So began the rites of rejuvenation. Unable to bear the thought of being seen, my lady sequestered her.
Okay, these rituals seemed innocent enough at the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, not to survive the ordeal, it fell to me to
dispose of her body. These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually, there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed, and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was, but when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move. I knew then that I could not go back to that place, not after the nightmare I had witnessed. So it was that I left Hawk Manor, my home for nigh on half a century. Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman that Lady Amandine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavored to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I had resolved never to speak of my experience, until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, as you swore to me you would. She awaits you at Hawk Manor, on the western edge of the central shroud. Go now. Go and do what must be done.
Okay. So we need to go over there. I think the fastest way would probably be to just fast travel out. Continue through the wolf gate. And then just run down. Let's see. Find wolf gate. Curious as the... Okay, yep, that reward has reappeared. I've basically been farming some duty low roulettes a little bit here today in order to get some serpent seals, because you can basically get this reward every single just vividly. There's Hulk Manor. Okay, and might as well just up that immediately. Put the best on, right? Yep. This is actually, I think I mentioned it yesterday, but this is the dungeon that basically ended up having the small situation where a DPS basically ended up, I guess, stuck in a cutscene. They couldn't join us for the final battle. I'm just getting in position to like continue, so I kind of know the path. Basically just a bunch of tiny keys around the place that we need to collect. Okay, why did those two not step out of the AoE? Also, the tank doesn't have his tank stands on. I'll just do this. Yeah, the tank doesn't have his tank buff on for some reason. I'm not gonna try and that's it, or heal in that situation. That we would not have been able to survive. tank, please notice that you don't have the buff on. I even wrote it in chat just now. Also, go out of the fucking AoE, dumbass. God. Just wrote it again because he still hasn't put it on. He needs to put that on in order to make sure that we don't get aggro on. Why isn't he putting it on? I literally have to like spam heal more people in order to basically keep them alive because they keep getting aggro. And that's the third time, and I specifically mentioned that it's his aggro buff. Okay, and he just straight up runs in like a dumbass, maybe? Yeah, I'm almost considering just spamming it in chat so he finally figures out that he doesn't have his tank buff on. Finally! He finally put it on. Holy shit, that took forever. Okay, and apparently we also have a DPS that just really wants to go in, apparently. Okay. Tank. And they're doing the usual thing of running in the wrong direction. Oh, I also just noticed I have over 100,000 gil. Might as well just grab this while I'm down here. Can we make it through this dungeon slowly? By the fact that the tank can seem to hold aggro all the time. Yeah, apparently I got a ray. Is that actually better than what I currently am wearing? It is. Doesn't look half bad. Okay, grab the key. Oh, this one. So I know that you can just cast return here to get back to the start. Okay. I've actually never seen this cutscene, to be honest. Okay, I can't interact with that. Okay, everyone just fucking died there. Love that Mikhail doesn't assume that I'm gonna res him since he is right next to where he is gonna resurrect. Good. gonna go for this void lamp. Need to get that one. If I'm not mistaken, this is technically the job of the DPS, and the tank just fucking died there again. And I literally can't heal through all of this because there's too much shit. That shrine cast raise on him. And I'm completely out of fucking mana because I'm just spamming spells in order to keep us alive. I swear to God, if I don't get any accommodations during for this, I am gonna be kind of annoyed. Lucid Dreaming is up again. Finally! Holy shit! That was a... I feel like the dungeon I did yesterday with the Solar wasn't nearly as annoying with the slightly annoying tank. Shoot that thing. And from what I read online, it is common courtesy or normal to just roll lead on these. Because everyone kind of beats these, and apparently I got it. Thanks. Oh, I also got the Succubus card for this. I'm gonna be honest, none of them get any accommodations from me.
Darkness has taken root within these halls. Sprung from the most unlikely of seeds.
The reason I'm saying that they're not getting any accommodations from me is because The tank ran around without his stance on and had apparently trouble keeping aggro and everything, so it was kind of like, not really the best experience with any of them.
One cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that quickened it to life. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, adventurer. You are every bit as intriguing as our master gave us to believe.
2 Asians.
It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire 1 crystal of light, much less 3. The crystals make you strong, and it is to that strength that the light is drawn. Hydaelyn chose well. A pity that your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course. Alas, we came here not to play, but to take the measure of your strength for Master Le Havria. That task now accomplished, we take our leave of you. Fare you well, bringer of light.
So wait. Oh yeah, I can't cast return, so I need to just ride along. This is not where I intended to end up. There we go. Yeah, I did. Even everything good. Alright, so up to New Cordinia's gate, and head over to where that guy is. I think I might as well just... probably can't. Is it on there? Yep. There we go.
This is the White Wolf Gate. Do you wish to enter Gridania?
I think that's actually my first orchestral scroll. Also got registration list, mains limit. Yeah, I'm just gonna run over and fast roll up to the Lancers, I believe it is. Closest. Yep.
You are returned. What sights awaited you within the manor? What has become of Lady Amandine? You must tell me all. So she went so far as to consort with devils. With that I could have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in the beyond. I know not whether the masked men you encountered are the same pair that first led my lady astray, but it is plain that they are of the same vile brood. Should the chance ever present itself, promise me that you will visit upon them tenfold the woe they have brought upon others. But who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence, I allowed I know not how many innocent young women to die in unspeakable circumstances. It matters not wherefore, through misplaced loyalty, cowardice, or both, I am an abettor to a gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities and accept whatever punishment they deem just. I only pray that the gods will have mercy on my soul. But who am I to speak of punishment?
Okay, Turns to Minfilia.
Welcome back, Shauna. Full glad am I to see you safely returned. Tell me, how fared you on your sojourn in the Twelves Wood? Two of Lahabaria's minions? And they sought to measure your strength, by their own admission? The devils taunt us. It is beyond doubt, then, the Ascians have begun to move in earnest. Would that we knew to what end. Yet I will not bemoan our plight. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we are at least aware of the encroaching darkness. Alas, we can only do so much. It is clear to me now that we Scions are too few to protect the realm against this threat unaided. We must needs alert the three nations to the presence of this elusive enemy, and recommend that they heighten their vigil. There is no shortage of misery in the world that the Ascians might exploit. We have an arduous struggle ahead of us. Yet come what may, we must not allow ourselves to become lost to hope, for that is precisely what the enemy desires. We have gleaned all we can from the information available to us. Let us set this investigation aside for the present. Another matter has arisen that requires your attention. Let me know when you are ready to be briefed, and I will summon the others.
Oh yeah, I forgot I need to use this thing before I can actually... the weapon. And it's not as great as what I currently have. You want...
The Maelstrom
requests our assistance.
this voiced cutscene.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume?
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
What sort of peril?
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan. Our task will be to slay the Primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, two primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the sea wall, wreaking untold devastation. There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Merlvib hired able to fend them off. Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes, and the kobolds in particular, ever since. Which brings us to the matter at hand.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
Expect the worst. The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched. A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The Echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
So you will accept? Thank you.
We can't very well send her to Limsa Lominsa without Y'shtola, can we, Minfilia?
May I ask that of you, Y'shtola?
I never thought it in question.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory. You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. And all not afield will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies. Tell them of our plight and solicit their support. Urianger, send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would. Papalimo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be. You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the Sailor's Ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Okay, so we need to go to Limsa Lominsa. So okay. Go there. Left Castle, or whatever this place is actually called.
Hail, adventurer, and welcome to Maelstrom Command. If you wish to know more about enlisting, speak with the personnel officer. Unless, you are the guest we were told to expect? Ah, ha. Ahem. Forgive me, madam. To business, then. It is as we told the antecedent. The kobolds have once again summoned Titan. A little over a moon ago, we began to observe the beastmen moving south in increasing numbers from Ogomora. Our scouts subsequently confirmed the object of their aggression. Crystals. Fodder for their fell primal. Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Word has spread of your accomplishments, Shauna. On behalf of Limsa Lominsa, I thank you for heeding our call. Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Word has spread of your accomplishments, Shauna. On behalf of Limsa Laminsa, I thank you for heeding our call. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address Shauna personally. We are no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sahajan and the Kobolds plagued our people, nor is this the first time we have had to address a primal threat. In the past, when Titan rose to threaten the peace, it was to the company of heroes we turned. But they are long disbanded, and we must look to other brave souls blessed with the strength to face this foe. So it is that we turn now to the science of the Seventh Dawn, confident in the belief that you are Limsa's best hope. I hope you are right. Yet the situation is far from simple. The Kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the Thalassocracy make a pact with the Beastmen that each would keep to their own lands, and that no blood would be shed? And was it not the Lawmansans who violated this agreement, dissatisfied with their lot? Shall we then condemn the Beastmen for defending their homes? Even a pirate must one day reap what she has sown. I would advise you to choose your words with greater care, Lady Waishtala. Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Freely do I claim it. Yet it makes little difference. Remorse will not shield us from Titan's wrath. Or would you have us fall upon our swords? And the wrong is mine. Freely.
Okay. My apologies, Admiral. The safety and security of the Laminsa's citizenry are, of course, of paramount concern.
Already, we have observed disruptions in the flow of ether further inland. The effects will be felt here in the city ere long.
Okay, here's actually... What if I were to set it to advanced text automatically? Let's see, adjust speed is...
I ask much of you, I know, but the need is great. Can I count on your help, Shauna? You have my thanks, along with the full support of the Maelstrom. I await good tidings. That the Kobolds should summon Titan demonstrates they are no longer amenable to negotiation. This being the case, we must needs prepare for conflict. Before we meet Titan in the field, however, it would be wise to learn all we can of our foe. And I can think of no better source of information than the mercenaries who defeated him once before. The company of heroes may be no more, but several of its former members still live. It is said that one of them is employed at the Greyfleet Mills in Lower Lana Sea. Quite why a mercenary should choose to become a miller, I do not know. When you find him, mayhap you could ask him for me. I, meanwhile, shall seek his fellows.
Okay, that actually seems to sort of work. So having it be automatic. Okay, so we need to go down there. Fastest way will probably be to use a crystal to basically go to lower. Can't pronounce that area's name. Lower La Nosea. That's what it was. Okay, and then just right up to where that is located. I guess I could technically also have just gone up to Curse the Little Soul, then just written down. It might actually have been slightly faster, perhaps. I think it actually would have been a bit faster, but yeah. Curious about something quickly. Dirt. straight. That's why. I was kind of wondering why inside the dungeon I just did, why I didn't get any free cure procs. But that's because it was like, I think level 31 that the limit in terms of levels were. I think 31 at least. Which means that this one wouldn't be available. Ah, it's inside.
Lay down your burdens, son. Come drain a pint with me. We'll have a grand old time. Find ya a lass or three. Lay down your burdens, son. Come drain a pint with me. We'll have a grand old time. Find ya a lass or three. Ya gonna say something, venturer, or just keep staring? Ya want to know about the company of heroes?
Okay, so I still need to... Where's it here then?
Ya gonna say something, venturer, or just keep staring? Ya want to know about the company of heroes? Ah hells. Price of bleedin' fame. Can't a miller mill in peace no more? Still, seeing as ye come all this way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige yet. Consider yourself lucky, lass, old Traketum was the company's best axeman. Now, what was it ye wanted to know?
I'm gonna have to just stick with the I've been doing so far, which is whenever there's one of these conversations and it gets to a certain length, I think it's like if it's more than 2 lines of text, I basically need to like I basically just count just with my fingers, just like 1, 2, 3 the lines end, and then I basically click just to make it sure that it hopefully doesn't fuck up, but it does sometimes after all, even if I do that.
Gahaha. So, ye want to hear the tale of how the company of heroes bested a primal, do ye? Let me guess, ye mean that bastard Titus. Oh, if only ye'd been there to see it. 'Twas a mighty struggle, like the legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights, we did. The ground trembled with every step Titus took, and when he hit ya, girl, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Ugh. Just like that? Oi, what's that look for? I'm a god's damned hero, I'll have you know. The people round here sing me praises. Don't tell me ya only care about learning the secret tactics we used to beat old Titus. Well, too bad, cause now I'm not feeling charitable. If you're so damn desperate, then why don't ya do me a favor and kill those rats that be made a nest by the windmill just south of here? Do that, then we'll talk.
Okay. So to kill a red king.
So the beasties are dead, are they? Nice work, venturer.
Didn't notice this first time I played through main quest, but Stola right here apparently.
Saved me the hassle of, never mind.
The Company of Heroes is the most celebrated mercenary band in the history of Eorzea. Even so, I must admit I have never before met one of their members face to face. I imagined that a warrior who had toppled both Titan and Leviathan would seek to bask in a lifetime of fame and glory, yet he seems to have settled in a place distinctly bereft of adoring crowds.
Yeah, apparently the text begins because I targeted him. Hungry. Boo-boos.
What? Yeah, still a skin about how we beat Titus? I dunno, Venturer, it was a pretty risky strategy, the kind only a veteran of 10 score battles could rely upon. I want to teach ya, I truly do. But unless ya prove ya have what it takes to face that fat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, ya'd need to be capable of slaying, say, a Gubba. Come to think of it, that ain't a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for the flour milled here, so ya ought to have no trouble finding one in the vicinity. Course, I ain't a skin yet to cut one down quick as a skilled axeman like meself. Anyroad, why don't ya try head and due west and stand and look out case a Gubba comes calling. Slay it, and I might consider telling ya more about old Titus.
Don't know why he keeps saying Titus when it's Titan, but aye.
You again? Then that Gubba that was harassing the Millers is dead? Didn't think ya had it in yet, Venturer. Still, you took forever and a day to get the job done. I'm still not sure if I should tell you our secrets.
I think this will probably be the best option, just the cash.
So, as I was saying, I still don't know if Yavi got what it takes to face Titus. Maybe if yes, Lue. Trake to him. You in here drinking again? If you are, that Gubbo had better be dead. Oh, it's dead, Chief, ya have me word on that. Cleave the beast's skull in two with me trusty axe, I did. Is that a fact? And what will your friend here say if I ask her? SHCLL vouch for me, of course. Ain't that right, friend? Tell me true, was it Traketum who slew that Gubba, or was it you? Chief. WH, what are ya saying? It's me, Traketum, the finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes, the legendary mercenaries who slew that bastard Titus. Titus. Who in the seven hells is Titus? Some primal you fought in a drink-sodden dream. The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody half-wit. Well, see, Titus was what me and the lads used to call him. That's the biggest load of Sahajanchite I've ever heard. Both of you, outside. We'll learn the truth the Lamansan way. That's the biggest load of Sahajanchite I've ever heard. Both of you, outside. We'll learn the truth the Lamansan way. Trake to him, if you didn't slay that Gubba, you may consider your contract revoked.
Okay, so the that ended up going a little bit weirdly, but that was because I ended up trying to adjust the speed of the text, but apparently I didn't do it correctly. Okay, apparently there's a queue. Alright, you know the rules. Something. We basically need to destroy the boulders. These boulders, they're nothing alike. So we basically need to destroy the large one. It's basically just a try and destroy your own boulder while he basically just tries cheating.
Alright, I admit it. I lied about Bane in the company of heroes. But I'm begging ya, Chief, please don't dismiss me. I've learned me lesson, honest I have. Save your blubbering, Drake Tomb. Sigh gods, I should have known. Mercy, please. I didn't want to deceive ya, I swear. It's just that I kept getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work, and I panicked. See, the last job I had was at Costa del Sol, and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treated like royalty. When I heard he was a captain in the company of heroes, I finally understood why. I wasn't being serious when I said I was one of them. But ya went and believed me, so I, look, his name was Weiskaet, alright? Weiskaet. He'll tell ya how to defeat Titus or whatever the hell's that thing's name is. That's what ya wanted, ain't it? So come on, then. Tell the chief to forgive me. It's only fair.
Off to Costa del Sol. They have things for Hunter? Fun. Ah, yep. Get to kill 3 of those. Those penguin looking things. Don't remember, have I got the... Nope, I haven't gotten the Chocobo Keeper here.
Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo? Pardon. You wish to slay the Lord of Crags.
We must slay him, Captain. The people of Limsa are depending upon us.
You fancy yourselves heroes, then, just like in the tales?
Be not so quick to judge. Long have I labored for the well-being of you and yours. And my associate here has bathed in Ifrit's hellfire and lived. She is blessed with a power that protects her from primal influence. Thus was she able to lay low the Lord of the Inferno. We know full well the risks, and have taken every possible precaution. We lack only the knowledge of how to enter Titan's lair. Pray be so good as to grant us the boon of your wisdom, and we shall be on our way.
A woman who can't be tempered? Useful, but it will not be enough. It is true that the company of heroes fought and felled primals, but each victory was bought with the lifeblood of brave men and women. And Titan was the worst we faced. We defeated him, in the end, but he took from us some of our very best.
He's
Even
just
if you
gonna
possess the power you claim, I have no reason to believe you will succeed.
the
Believe
auto
what you will.
risk do its
We
thing,
mean to try. Though our
because it
lives
seems
be
to
forfeit,
fuck up.
we will not abandon Limsa to the wrath of Titan.
You are passionate, I'll grant you that. And you deserve better than the greeting I gave you. But I will not send you into Ogomora on a whim. To be plain, I do not wish to see you give your lives in vain. At the very least, I must have assurances that you are more than common adventurers. I oversee security for Master Gaijirage's estates. Perhaps you can demonstrate your abilities by attending to one of our...
Ye gods, man, have you heard nothing I have said? We have not the time to perform trivial tasks. The enemy is at the gates.
Do you imagine words can sway me, girl? If you dislike my conditions, then you are welcome to find your own way into Ogomora.
Sigh, though it pains me to admit it, I fear we have no choice but to acquiesce to the man's demands. Yet much remains to be done if we are to best Titan. Forgive me, but I must ask you to undertake this task alone. I will use the time to see to the remaining preparations.
Leaving the dirty work to others, are we? Heh, very well.
Pray do whatever the good captain bids, however trifling. Remember, the fate of Limsa Laminsa hangs in the balance.
Yeah, even though basically thinking the auto progress thing seems to make it so that it doesn't fuck up, I feel like there are some times where it like pauses for like maybe like 3 to 5 seconds. But it's better than me having to like sit and try and count like seconds. These feel like that's probably better. Yeah, there might be some slight delays, some of these things, but at least it's not as bad as it could be. Okay.
Master Gaijirage's requests can be more demanding than you realize. Before I set you to your true task, I would like to verify that this won't be a waste of my time. A Nyx has recently been seen prowling the beach to the east. As you can imagine, my master does not want large slimy creatures anywhere near his lands. The beast is cunning, but you should have no difficulty luring it out with herring. Slay the Nyx and return to me. Oh, and don't forget to bring me a leg as proof of the kill.
And the next is just right over here on this sandbank. Or I don't actually know if it's like sandbank it's called. It's basically just this like small island thingy. Place the fattened herring. And line the weight. 5 giant toad skins, but
Well, did you deal with the Nyx?
almost as large as in Old Goat Lake, but several times leaner.
Lest you think me overly cautious for testing you in this way, you should know that we had an incident not long ago. A foolish young employee was dismissed for lying about his past. He claimed to have served in the company of heroes, but I knew for a fact he did not. Anyway, now that the pointless busy work is finished, I shall give you a challenge as befits your talents.
You climb a prison.
2 highly distinguished individuals are scheduled to visit Costa del Sol in the near future, and Master Gaijiraju wishes to welcome them with an elaborate banquet. But while money is no object, not everything Master Gaijiraju desires can be so easily purchased. It is to be an extremely exotic feast. And so, Shauna, your mission is to seek out and obtain the rare ingredients our chef requires. Naturally, such fine dining must be accompanied with a suitable wine. And by suitable, I mean the very best there is. That, however, can wait for the time being, as I believe you have enough on your plate as it is. It will be a long and arduous journey, but you need not toil alone. Many of the mercenaries who once served under my command still live, and they will guide you in your quest. For the first ingredient, I would have you travel to the South Shroud and speak with Land Enel at Camp Tranquil. What? Do you mean to tell me that you cannot afford to waste time, as your associate did? Adventurer, if you have not the endurance to complete this mission, how do you expect me to believe you can outlast the Lord of Crags? Either do it or don't, I have work to do.
Okay. Go to Camp Tranquil.
Do you require assistance, adventurer? So this is the one who would challenge Titan. I've been expecting you, Shauna. The ingredient you seek is the egg of a giant adamant was. The method of acquisition should be obvious. You steal it from the beast's nest, of course. Simple in theory, but difficult in execution. Most who try die in the attempt. Will I help you get it? Ha, you amuse me. I will not jeopardize my position by openly assisting you. From me you will receive only information. What you do with it is your choice.
Okay, and we get some old 2 materia of the red kind, and also purple dye.
Let me be clear, this business between you, me, and the captain must remain a secret. See, I don't regret my time spent with the company in the slightest. Traveling the world, meeting interesting people, killing them, it was all jolly good fun. Alas, Gridanians are, by and large, an unforgiving lot, Detto here being a rare exception. I've had to go to great lengths to ensure that I am seen as a model citizen, with no taste for drinking, whoring, gambling, and all those other activities I so dearly miss. So understand that if you ruin my little charade by wagging your tongue, I'll fashion a noose with your entrails and hang you from the nearest heaven spiller.
Okay, noted.
Well, what are you waiting for? There's a perfectly good adamant was egg in a nest to the east of here, just ripe for the taking. Not that I expect you to live long enough to claim it. The mother never strays far from the child, and you will surely be attacked the moment you lay hands upon the egg. There will be other heroes, Shauna. You do not need to challenge Titan. Abandon your quest, or your corpse will rot in the swamp.
Yeah, I don't think it will. Grab the egg. Hey, so you just noticed I'm almost at level 40, so that means I can get a new ability soon. Very soon. I don't remember if that's also gonna be the quest that gives me... I believe I get an ability from that quest. So you get Cure 3 from that, and I might also be that one that I get some really decent armor from.
I thought you might have the good sense to leave this place. By your continued presence, I take it you intend to persevere to the bitter end.
Exemplarily large egg with a seemingly unbreakable shell. It hatches the baby mantis that emerges will likely be as large as a hound.
Ahahaha. Such bravery, such recklessness. That will serve you well against Titan. Leave the egg with me, I'll see that it gets to the captain. You should make haste to Southern Van Allen. In Forgotten Springs, you will find a man named Uadnan. He will be your next guide. Safe travels, Shauna.
Alright, just gonna quickly see if I can get that little bit of extra XP so that I can get it's a little bit busy and get to all 40 wraps. Which does this one give? Need like 6,000-ish. I get around 192 from that. Let's see, I'm not going to be able to do that one because that is... We don't have a whole lot of time left. That one is a bit too high level, I think. Not... Didn't know that there were Grand Company levies over here.
The Order of the Twin Adder has tasked me with the issuance of Grand Company Levekists.
They also give more serpent seals than the other ones that I've done before. Just gonna try and do one of these. Ah, this right there. I'm just gonna focus on the guy over there, turn cloak. And sure, might as well just teleport back.
The Order of the Twin Adder has tasked me with the issuance of Grand Company Levekists. Welcome back, Serpent Sergeant 2nd Class Majola. I have readied your seals.
A bonus.
Okay, I need like 2,000 more. Treasure chest. Need to kill at least one of each of those enemies that I can see over to the side. And apparently also try and kill as many as I can in apparently 1 minute, or not 1 minute, 5 minutes. Ah, last one is apparently over here. Up. Ah, there it is. I think I might actually end up building up just from killing these enemies. Still around 2 minutes left. About a minute left. You can probably kill this one and then possibly one more enemy. There's one close enough. I don't think I can kill any more of them, plus there's only like 3 seconds left. Okay. Next job quest. Go and grab that. And yep, we get Cure 3, so it's the level 45 quest that's gonna give me part of a pretty decent armor set, or maybe it is 40, I'm not sure.
I owe you an apology. When last we spoke, I promised that I would find a way to convince my brother to accept you, but I fear he intently refuses to heed my words. Why, the more I try to reason with him, the more he shuts his ears to me. All pride and no common sense, that one, I can scarce believe we are kin. So intent is he to prove that you are unneeded that he dashed out into the forest all alone, boasting that he would placate every last elemental and save the forest all by himself. Needless to say, such a task is far beyond his powers. There is a part of me that would like nothing more than to see the foolish boy learn his lesson, and yet, as his sister, I fear for him. Would you go look after him, Shauna? Seedseer or no, he is in many ways still a child, and the forest grows ever more unsafe these days. I thought to go myself, but, if you were to save my brother from his own recklessness, perhaps he might finally see how fatuous he has been. When last I spoke with him, he announced his intentions to begin his efforts in the bramble patch. With any luck, you may still find him there. Now please go in haste, before some ill fate befalls him.
Okay, so Bramble Patch, that's up there. I think you might as well just do the last quest. So I'm wondering, how many levels am I above the current main quest? 10. 10 levels. Yeah.
if it isn't my sister's favorite adventurer. Come to show me up, have you? Well, you can march right back and tell sister that I am doing just fine. I am only, resting. Cough. Even if I were hurt and unable to placate the spree, what could a run-of-the-mill adventurer like you do about it? Cough. Even if I were hurt and unable to placate the spree.
Placate the tree.
Beginner's luck. If you think healing a sapling or two is going to convince me that you are a worthy inheritor to the teachings of Master Atawa. If you think healing a sapling or two is
Arun, you yourself do not believe those words. Arun, you yourself do not believe those words.
Sister, what are you doing here?
Seeing to my pig-headed brother's safety, what do you think I am doing? For better or worse, it would appear you suffer only from bruises to your leg and your pride. Arun. For all your obstinacy, I know that deep down you are no fool. Arun. For all your obstinacy, I know that deep down you are no fool. No, you are wise beyond your years. You realize as well as I the dire fate that will befall Gridania if we do not quell the Great One's fury and restore peace to the wood. The adventurer is not Padgely, this is true. But what of it? Would you blindly trumpet tradition as the very forest turns against us and brings ruin to our home? We have a greater calling to answer, you know this.
I do, sister.
Oh, my dear Arun. What are sisters for, if not to forgive their little brother's fits of folly? Oh, my dear Arun. What are sisters for, if not to forgive their little brother's fits of folly? Now, Shauna, I believe the most important task of all still awaits us. Let us return to Camp Tranquil.
It does seem like it still messes up a little bit, but it's at least not too much that it's fucking up. You should reduce the progress speed. It goes at a little bit more.
Shauna, thank you. I knew it was only a matter of time before Arun came around to reason. And yet, his hesitance to accept you was not entirely unfounded. Shauna, thank you. I knew it was only a matter of time before Arun came around to reason. And yet, his hesitance to accept you was not entirely unfounded. When we first met, I promised that one day I would share with you the tale of how white magic came to be regarded as a forbidden art. Well, I suppose this is as good a day as any for the telling. The tale begins some 3 millennia ago, in the 5th astral era. It was the time of the endless frost, when a barren wasteland of snow and rime stretched as far as the eye could see. Food was scarce, and warmth scarcer. The histories hold many a grim tale of those who died in their beds, starving and benumbed. So did our ancestors discover magic, born out of the most fundamental instinct, survival. In time, the winter thawed, and magic was no longer essential for survival. But once awakened to its conveniences, there was no returning to how things once were. Ere long, the people discovered all the myriad ways in which magic could be employed, and civilization flourished. But prosperity breeds contempt, and nations warred for power and riches. So did the people seek greater and greater power, to rain destruction down upon their enemies. So was born black magic, the most devastating form of sorcery the world had seen. At the same time, another form of magic emerged, brought forth by those who would keep this immense destructive power in check. That is white magic, our magic. Does this surprise you? Just as there can be no dawn without the night, the white and black are but two sides of the same coin. War raged on, and magic was used and abused with little concern for the consequences. And consequences there were. Unchecked use of magic soon dried the flow of ether, threatening to bring blight to the land. The magic of healing? It made little difference. If used with no concern for the ether, our magic could prove as ruinous to the land as the most devastating black magic spell. And so it was that the practicing of white magic was forbidden, with one exception. The Padjal. Our kind were entrusted as sole shepherds of the now forbidden art, to serve as healers and bringers of peace while ensuring that this great power would never again be misused. Though he is still young, Arun feels this profound sense of responsibility as strongly as any of us, thus his hesitance to accept you. But having seen your abilities, and the sincerity of your intentions, you can rest assured his doubts have been dispelled. Though he is still young, Arun feels this profound sense of responsibility as strongly as any of us, thus his hesitance to accept you. But having seen your abilities, and the sincerity of your intentions, you can rest assured his doubts have been dispelled. With the three of us united in place and purpose, and your skills ever growing, the day that we may perform the quieting draws near. To our fortune, the Great One has not yet been entirely consumed by fury, but our time remains short. To commune with the Great One, and restore the Twelve's Wood to its former state of harmony, we must truly be one of heart, one of mind. It is to this end that Talakant has guided you to us. Further your mastery of our art, Shauna, and let us mend the wounds of the wood together. It is to this end that Talakant has guided you to us. Further your mastery of our art, Shauna, and let...
Okay. And we got the Cure 3. Which is basically a spell that heals the target and all members nearby. So I believe that's kind of the same as this one, but it just works in a, I don't know, smaller radius that it heals in, but I can use it at range, so I don't need to like run up into the all of the other allies. Let's see, I think I'm gonna put that. Yeah, let's keep it there. Anyway. I don't have that one, so I need to go down to the... Let me go. Then ride it down to the next area. And it's apparently foggy weather, so you can't see very far, it seems. believe I need to go like this way. I can't just go this way because that's like locked, I believe. This entire area down here is basically just one giant desert. I think there's also where you can actually, or rather where the gold saucer is basically located. You can see it like over there normally, sort of direction. But due to the fog and the fact that it's nighttime in-game, I can't see it.
Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo porter?
State your business, adventurer. Snort ha ha ha. So this is the one Wyskayet sends me. State your business, adventurer. Snort ha ha ha. So this is the one Wyskayet sends me. I haven't the foggiest what he sees in you, and until I do, you will receive no aid from me.
Let's go with determination. I don't think it really matters that much. Stuff right now. And we don't get an upgrade here since this one is better. So that is 2000 gil.
Resistant bugger. Very well, let's have a look at you. You've seen your share of battle, there's no mistaking that. And you did manage to obtain that adamant was egg. However, that was not more than a display of brute force and blind courage. The nun I once fought also believed that his strength would save him. He was wrong, and now I am none. Many years ago, I joined the company of heroes to hone my skills, instead of challenging my predecessor before I was ready. Even when I was young, I understood that victory goes to the patient, the cunning, the pragmatic. That is why I claimed my position, and it is why I still hold it. And it is why I will not help an unproven whelp. The children of the sands do not offer aid to strangers. To do so is a sign of weakness. However, if you were recognized as a skilled hunter in your own right, it would be permissible to assist you. Across the desert to the east lies an Amulja encampment. There dwells a warrior renowned both for his strength and his guile. To even face the Amulja in battle, you must first find a way to lure him away from the encampment. This will be your test, to draw out and defeat the veteran. For this, I will offer you no advice, only this worn spear. What, you ask? You will have to solve that riddle yourself. Now go, slay this old warrior and bring to me his necklace.
Okay. So we're going and bring out an Alja, veteran. Yeah, over there. That is the golden saucer. Oh wait, that's not the golden saucer. Was was almost certain that you could see it somewhere around here. It's past this dune. I'm certain that you can see it from here somewhere. I think I saw it at one point. There it is. Pretty sure that's the gold saucer. That's weird because I thought it was like way more visible, but I guess not. Because I might have seen that at some point and just thought that that was the gold saucer. I don't think I have the speed increase for this area, do I? Yep, don't. Here with the necklace. And you got the attention of a sandworm. Ah, they're doing that one. It's basically just that giant worm over there that they're trying to kill.
Tell me, adventurer, is our old nemesis dead?
Confusion of teeth, bones, and claws strung in onto a piece of leather, mostly from the pattern in which items are ordered. Although Malja can glean the name and rank of the necklace's wearer.
'Tis a fine necklace, as befits a veteran of countless battles. It will make an excellent trophy. The spear? It belonged to one of his Baruthers. I knew when he spied it from afar, he would be unable to resist venturing outside the encampment to see for himself. Did you discern my intent, or was it dumb luck, I wonder? Hehehe. Either way, you impress me, adventurer. I shall tell you of the ingredient you seek.
Those went worse. So it's just more cash again.
A shame we did not meet when I was still with the company of heroes. You would have made a fine recruit. But no point dwelling on what cannot be. You have a Welwick worm to hunt. Sandworms slither brazenly across the desert dunes, but Welwick worms are far fewer in number. Rarity breeds demand, and so their meat is highly prized as a delicacy. The only way to catch your quarry is to entice it with something it cannot resist. These worms prey on the smaller creatures of the Segolii. A freshly slaughtered angler carcass would be my choice of bait. There is an area teeming with anglers to the east. I will mark it upon your map, along with the location where Welwick worms are most frequently sighted. Be warned, the blood will drive the worm into a feeding frenzy. If your skills are lacking, it will devour you as well.
Okay. So to the worms or in this direction and kill for those, grab the carcass and lure out the other worm. I don't know if it's actually one of those. Certainly. I guess I'll just. Are there any over here that specifically have the? Ah, yeah, it's one of these. Rotting angler. So the spot over here. Seem to remember something about there maybe being 3 like ingredients that we need to get. We have so far gotten an egg, I've gotten some meat. So I'm guessing there's probably a third item. I don't really remember if that's the case or not. I do seem to remember there's basically a lot of quests that you need to do in order to actually get to the point where you can fight Titan.
You look well. Have you caught your quarry, then?
Large round slice of Welwick worm white meat.
Your skills as a hunter rival those of our best. I applaud your success, Shauna. The meat will need to be heavily smoked before I ship it to Weiskaet. Worry not, you have my word that he will receive it in time for the banquet. You must be eager to obtain the third ingredient. I regret to say that I know naught of its location. For the nonce, you should return to Costa del Sol and seek Weiskaet's counsel. Ah, but hold a moment. Since you will be meeting the captain again soon, there is something I would like you to deliver to him for me.
Okay. And we get pants that are not quite as good. It seems.
The captain was always fond of this brandy wine. I would be grateful if you could deliver it on my behalf. I was a reckless, angry youth when I first joined the company, and he would have been well within his rights to cast me out. Everything I have I owe to his wisdom and generosity. Wisecat was a firm yet fair teacher, an expert molder of men. And I suspect that is still the case now. Please give him my regards, Shauna.
Just noticed in the chat it says that my mount speed in this area has been increased. Nice. Anyway, over to cast the Devil's Soul.
Well met, Shauna. Land Enel and Uadnan both spoke highly of you. What brings you here today?
Deep caramel colored spirit made from twice distilling fine red wine and then aging it in rosewood barrels for at least 30 summers. Damn.
Ah, my favorite. I shall have to thank the nun personally. Now, you have but one ingredient left. Fortunately, you will not have to travel to Aldnard this time to obtain it.
And I'm guessing those boots. Yep, not quite as good.
Truth be told, I never intended for you to collect this last ingredient. Bravelocks, my old quartermaster, wished to bring it to Costa del Sol herself. However, not long ago, she sent word that there's been some trouble at the long stop, and that the delivery would be delayed indefinitely. She told me nothing of the incident itself, but I fear the situation may be dire. Though I would like nothing more than to aid her myself, I have no choice but to turn to you and your allies. Make haste to Hidden Falls docks and speak with Ocean Azun. He will direct you to Raincatcher Gully, where Bravelocks and her people have made their home.
Let's see. So up that direction. I think about I should actually also do some this. Just going to do that. This materia. And just so I can get some more spirit bound on my items. That's the main reason I thought doing that. Just kind of want to change over to this tile instead.
What's the hurry, venturer? Something happen over at the Gabi settlement? I don't know why you're so eager to help a bunch of beastmen, but go and talk to the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry you to Raincatcher Gully.
Okay.
We're going to Raincatcher Gully. Are you coming along?
Yep. Yeah, I think this might actually start another dungeon or unlock another one. I completely forgotten about the one that's over in this direction. Bravelocks Long Stop. Yes, it's called.
PSHHH. Shko. Tongue flaps of Wyskaet be reaching ears of brave flocks. Uplander is come for tasty fresh gobia treats, yes. PSHHH. Shko. Tongue flaps of Wyskaet be reaching ears of brave flocks. Uplander is come for tasty fresh gobia treats, yes. Quest prize of Uplander deep in long stop. Flighty beast chased Gobby flock from homes. Gobby flock needs goodly Uplander give safety to long stop with much hand lending.
Okay. That one's not available. So that is, yep. I guess we might as well just go in immediately. Okay. So they don't have access to region, but at least I can get the recur thing. And the tank doesn't have aggro thing on. And good they noticed. I don't really know the path that we need to take here, to be honest. Okay. So far it's going well, I would say. It's gonna be so nice once you can actually start casting regen on party members. Inside dungeons, at least. Okay, tank is getting kind of low. Actually better. Kind of. Oh boy, he is taking a lot of damage. Oh boy. You're kind of low. To an extent, they are better. To move through this place without anchoring too many enemies. Oops, nope, can't equip those. Oh shit. Okay, don't have aggro anymore at least. Why do you have so little health? Okay, Hellbender. Okay. That was definitely an upgrade for me. almost done with this dungeon. I just need to get around that little bend over there. I believe it's the dragon that we fought earlier that we need to fight. I know that this one specifically has a whole thing with a lot of poison. Basically creates poison pools on the ground and just poisons party members. And there's the poison. And the boss basically heals from the poison. And it seems like the tank hasn't quite realized that. Okay. 41. I give them a commendation because they were the only one left. Let's see. Yep, that's a straight up upgrade. Yes. Got 3 things.
PSHHH. Shko. Goodly Uplander has thanks of Gobby Flock. PSHHH. Shko. Goodly Uplander has thanks of Gobby Flock. Flighty Beast was tricksy foe, but Uplander outwitted with plans making. Uplander has goodly head for fighty think. Brave Flocks happy gives tasty fresh Gobby treats to clever Uplander. Cheese is stinky sweet Gobby treat. Special make with secret Gobby earts. No party complete without Gobby Gouda, Brave Flocks ever say.
just teleport there. The quest is also called The Things We Do for Cheese. Well, the quest names in this game is kind of silly, I feel like.
Sniff sniff, I gather you solved Brayflox's little problem?
The pungent odor of this hard yellow cheese veined with a blue-green mold is most comparable to the warm, damp boot of a zombie after stepping in the ripe chocobo dung. Goblins claim it is a delicacy, but then again, they have their masks to filter out the aroma.
By the gods, that unholy stench. This is, ugh, definitely goblin cheese. Judging from the smell, this should be quite flavorful. How is it made? It's best you remain ignorant of such things. I still remember when I learned what kind of milk they use. Shudder.
Okay. What do you mean if I can find? Okay. Belt. Waist. Yep, that is better.
Bravo, Shauna. Thanks to you, our guests shall be honored with a marvelous banquet. But what good is an exotic feast without an equally exquisite aperitif? Luckily, I know just the person to ask. Make your way to Wineport and seek out Chamonix Lomani, another former member of the company. All you have to do is give him this order slip. He'll take care of the rest. Oh, and if you're wondering if this is merely a ploy to test your patience, I assure you I do actually need that wine. And while you're there, give Chamonix Lomani my regards.
Okay, Fort. What the fuck kind of mount is that? Looks like a fucking dandelion that they're just floating on.
Sweat, grime, and blood. You reek of blood. An adventurer, unless I am mistaken. What brings you to Wineport?
An order made out to Wineport.
An order? Let me guess, a request for the finest vintage I can muster. Sniff sniff, the paper smells of loam and perfume. Costa del Sol. And there is also the, cough, unmistakable odor of goblin cheese.
Yeah, very
Yes,
Nose.
Master Gajiraju would not settle for anything less than the best. Durstwhite's and his crew must be quite busy preparing an exotic feast, hence his decision to rely on an adventurer. But perhaps you are confused. This display of deduction was not intended to impress you. When one loses his vision, he is forced to compensate in other ways. But you've no interest in my affairs, you wish only to discuss the wine, I suspect.
Okay, they're actually blind.
Life can be so delightfully unpredictable. I always had a passion for wine, but it wasn't until I was forced to retire that I could pursue it as more than a mere hobby. It wouldn't have been possible if not for the savings I amassed during my time as a mercenary, of course. Say what you will about the nature of that work, none can deny that it pays well. But you grow impatient, and Wyskayet must have his wine. Herein lies the problem, nothing in my possession is of sufficient quality for this occasion. The best vintages in town are hoarded by Berglaint, who owns and operates the largest winery in Vilbrand. Somehow, I doubt he will be receptive to your request, but given these circumstances we must needs beg his assistance.
Okay.
What rank amateur bottled this wine? The impurities have rendered it nigh undrinkable. Dismissal is too good for the man responsible, he should be made to drink every drop of his polluted swill. What is it? I am in the middle of an important discussion, and I do not care for interruptions. That neophyte vintner bid you speak with me? Huh? What is it? I am in the middle of an important discussion, and I do not care for interruptions. That neophyte vintner bid you speak with me? Huh? Neither you nor your friend has the palate to appreciate the subtle qualities of my private stock. I would sooner serve you good urine than sell you my worst vintage. Begone from my sight.
Alright. It's kind of a dig, it seems.
I take it he said no? Really, in those words? Well, I cannot say that I am surprised. I take it he said no? Really, in those words? Well, I cannot say that I am surprised. While there's no denying his passion and skill, the wine baron of Limsa is not a man known for his tact. Very well. We shall have to take an alternative approach.
Okay, bunch of potions. Where this one will probably be what I'm gonna go with. Increases mind by 16%, to a maximum of 27, and only for 15 seconds.
There is a chance, however small, that another resident of Wineport can furnish us with a suitable wine. In fact, had you come several years ago, I guarantee this would not be a problem. Alas, the quality of our product has declined significantly in recent years. The only breeds cultivated these days are common lowland vines. Which isn't to say that their grapes are of poor quality, only that we have known better. Long ago, the vignerons of Wineport crossbred several species, and produced a grape-bearing vine of never-before-seen quality. Bacchus grapes were once the pride of this town, as they were used to produce vintages which surpassed all others. This includes the most aromatic, the most complex, the most flavorful of all wines. The legendary Bacchus wines were born right here in Wineport. Ahem. Pardon my enthusiasm. You see, I once had the privilege to sample that particular wine. It was an otherworldly experience. In that moment, I felt as though I had tasted the nectar of the gods themselves. I transcended my mortal flesh, and was one with all creation.
Okay.
Sigh, but, as is all too often said, the calamity changed that. The Bacchus vineyards were completely destroyed, along with much of the existing stock of Bacchus wine. What little remains is closely guarded by its owners, for it can no longer be made. If we cannot convince Berglane to part with his wines, our next best option, as ridiculous as it sounds, is to find someone who has a bottle of Bacchus wine, and to offer them every gill we can spare. I've heard rumors that one of the vignerons tending the vineyards might have once owned a bottle. Perhaps you could start by speaking with them. If we cannot convince Berglane to part with his wine.
Okay, so those people.
What? Do I have Bacchus wine? I wish. I never had the chance to try it myself. Sorry, friend, but you're a few years too late.
Okay.
Bacchus wine? Bought, don't remind me, used to have a cellar filled with the stuff. Thought I could keep the wine safe from thieves and the elements. Never counted on a bloody primal blowing up my god's damned house.
Okay, that's also pretty bad. Just entire house just blown up. Just that.
No luck. Most regrettable, but we had to try. But Bacchus wine would have been perfect for the occasion. Though, I must confess, my certitude could be due in part to my personal history with the beverage. It is, after all, the very reason I decided to become a vintner. After Titan blinded me in our battle beneath Ogomora, I fell into a deep depression. It wasn't until I tasted Bacchus wine for the first time that I realized there was still so much I could experience, even in my condition. It helped me to find a new direction in life. Sigh, it breaks my heart to think that wondrous ambrosia which once filled me with hope may be forever lost to us. I must say, this talk of Bacchus wine has made me rather nostalgic. Indeed, there is much I miss about my life with the company of heroes. After everything the captain has done for me, I could not bear to disappoint him. Have no fear. I swear that I shall find a suitable wine for the banquet, though I may need some time to think of a solution. In the meantime, there is a favor I would ask of you. 2 years ago, in the deepest depths of my despair, I stumbled across Vilbrand as a vagabond drunk. I suspect I was looking for a place to die, because I very nearly found one not far from here. It was there that a man named Dreas took me in and nursed me back to health. And it was he who gave me my first taste of Bacchus wine, which helped me to find my new calling. Though I am still a novice in the arts of winemaking, I would like him to know that I am pursuing my dream. This wine is my own original creation, and I would be most grateful if you delivered it to him in my stead. Dreas sometimes works at the Raincatcher Gully docks, so perhaps Ritskelt can tell you where to find him.
I think that person over there might actually have an item or have a quest that I might want to get. Treasures and Tribulations. Yes. Basically, I got an item. Do I still have it on me? I ended up getting this item at some point yesterday. And I can't do anything with it until I get the Decipher ability, which I get from this quest. Thinking of accepting it.
Fancy yourself a romantic, friend? Do you oft find yourself gazing off into the horizon, yearning to travel in search of storied relics left behind by the heroes of yore? Yes, you say? Then do I ever have a proposal for you? I was accosted the other day by a slobbering drunkard, bear with me now, I assure you this gets better, who most eagerly regaled me, from what I could gather amidst slurred speech and copious amounts of spittle, that is, with the tale of a treasure map he had stumbled upon in his travels. I don't recall the particulars, I was emptying my innards of some foul swill at the time, you see, but it sounded rather convincing to my ale-addled brain. What I do remember is that the fellow mentioned striking out at first light for Raincatcher Gully to visit a minor friend. Should the prospect of hunting for hidden riches set your heart aflutter, I reckon you might still find him there. I don't recall the particulars, I was emptying...
Nice, it seems like I need to go down there as well. I basically just think, might as well do this one, because... yeah, I don't really have any... if I were to try and do the quest at another point in time, I wouldn't really be able to show it. Or I could technically do it in the stream, but I'm thinking, might as well do it now. Diligent Digger.
Hidden treasures. Ha. Another gill-crazed greenhorn reeled in by Aldwine's tall tales, Yes, Aldwine, that's the Aaron fool's name, though mind ye, I've not known him to limit his consumption to any one type of brew. I saw him just the other day, I did, clutch in some tattered, piss-yellow parchment like it was made o' solid mithril. Bish ticket to fortune, he blabbered, not half so eloquently, mind ye, before stumbling out the tavern doors, and promptly falling flat on his mug, like as not. Did I see the map meself? Yes, eh? Did I ever? Why, the fool shoved it in my face so many times that I swear the mold left the page to take up residence in me nostrils. 'Twas a mess of blue and brown splotches that Aldwine swore was Camp Bronze Lake, with a big red X to the southeast. You're not thinking of going there, are ye? Take my word, ye'll find naught but a sorry drunkard and his sack o' broken dreams. Did I see the map meself? Yes, eh?
I need to go up there in order to get that this done. Thinking once I'm basically at some point supposed to be sent back down here, I'm thinking of heading up this way, talking to him, do that quest, and then head up here to Camp Bronze Lake and get that crystal. Hopefully I'll be able to finish up the quest. Damn thinking.
Dreist. Oh, you mean the hermit. I toss him a few gil when we need an extra pair of hands. He doesn't talk about himself, and I sure as hells don't ask. When a man's got a face with scars like that, you best leave well enough alone, I say. If you've a mind to find him, though, then head southwest to the Severed String.
Okay. What, that guy's a gatekeeper for? Talked to that guy before. That was up there. Map. Almost at his house.
What do you want?
I don't know how to really pronounce that name. Shamani Romani. First attempt at winemaking. At least the name sounds legitimate. Romani Rosso.
W1. I didn't ask for this. Who sent you? I groan. W1. I didn't ask for. Can't sleep. They won't let me sleep, the midges. The buzzing, it keeps me awake. I'm not. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I won't fight. I don't want to fight. Please, make the buzzing stop. Make the midges go away.
Okay, kill 5 midget swarms. Just noticed that that one is a hostile. Those goopy, I don't know how to pronounce their name actually. The big stone guys. That's all I needed. It's gonna be so nice once I actually finally get the holy spell so I can actually have a stun of some sort.
It's not so loud anymore. Did you
An
do that?
AoE.
Thank you. You helped me. Even after what my comrades and I did to your country. We were on a reconnaissance mission when the Maelstrom caught us by surprise. We tried to escape, but the others. And no one else survived. I didn't ask for this, damn it. I'm not even Garlean. They conquered my lands just like they tried to conquer yours.
Oh, so he was with the Empire.
I don't want to die in some blasted jungle halfway around the world. I just want to go home. I wish to thank Chamonix for the wine. That was overly kind. Would you be willing to bear a gift back to him? Earlier today at Red Mantis Falls, I collected the sap from nearby palm trees. If placed in coconut shells and stored for a few bells time, it makes for a fine wine. See. It should be ready by now. I left 3 shells out there. Please, take them to Chamonix for me. I'm glad he's moved on with his life. I hope to one day do the same.
Okay. Just gonna try to avoid that giant toad. Can I cross this? Can? Yes. I'll just teleport.
It has been some time, Shauna. What news do you have of Dreist?
Palm wine, sip of a palm tree fermented inside a coconut island, coconut shell, far more potent than wine made from grapes. Palm wine, brewed for too long, can cause loss of eyesight or even death.
Sniff sniff ah, yes, I recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking. A simplistic but nevertheless effective method that utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. I shall have to enjoy this batch before it spoils. We are not so different, Dreist and I. Two men who have long struggled not to let our scars define us. I worry that he has been alone with his thoughts for far too long. It is past time I paid him a visit. Thank you for looking after him, Shauna.
We get a Sproutling pit.
By the gods. Shauna, listen. I know you're eager to wash your hands of this wine business, but I've just discovered something extraordinary about Dreas' palm wine. He sealed each coconut shell with a leaf which has a very distinct shape and unusual odor. I thought I was going mad at first, but now I'm certain, these are the leaves of a Bacchus grapevine. Do you know what this means? Somewhere in Raincatcher Gully, the legendary vine still grows. If we could obtain a cutting, we could revive the Bacchus wine industry. We must know where Dreas found these leaves. Here, take one of them back to him and see what he remembers.
Okay. Well, back down to him then. If I'm not mistaken, it is somewhere over there. I find the vine.
Oh, hello again. What is it?
Broad green leaf from a thought to be extinct Bacchus grapevine.
It's just a leaf, isn't it? I only chose it because it was pretty. Didn't know it was rare. I found them near the Juggernaut to the south. But I didn't see any grapevines. I saw fresh gubbo tracks, though. Maybe the leaves came from vines growing on the back of one such beast? If you go looking for it, please be careful. Some gubbos are more territorial than others, and you may have to defend yourself.
So I believe it's right there, and I think we even saw a person fight against the Gubbo. Who needs a fight? Yep. Chess move. I'll just fast travel up there again.
What did Dreas have to say, Shauna? Tell me everything.
Okay.
Ahaha, I was right. This smell, this texture. I hold in my hands a Bacchus grapevine cutting. Come now, enough of this nonsense. I've heard talk of your discovery, and I refuse to believe that a common adventurer and a novice vintner could. "12 as my witness, it is a Bacchus grapevine. Wherever did you find this fantastic specimen?" "WH what? You would offer this to me? But why? There is none better positioned to reconstruct the Bacchus vineyards than you, Master Berglaint. You have the resources, the knowledge, and the passion to do so. It would be selfish of me to keep this cutting." "I never knew you cared so deeply about your craft. Thank you, good sir. I will not squander this gift. In just a few years' time, I swear that every tavern across Eorzea will once again be clamoring for a cask of Wineport's legendary Bacchus wine." "Sir, you needn't, sniff sniff wait. The shape of this bottle, the scent of this label. This couldn't possibly be a 1547 Bacchus? But that's impossible. This vintage has not been seen since years before the calamity. It was the crown jewel of my personal collection. For years, I debated opening it, wondering if today or tomorrow would be the ideal time. But now I realize that it was never meant for me. It should be savored by the saviors of Wineport, I say.
Nice.
He has made us an offer we cannot refuse. Master Gageriju will find no finer wine. You have forever changed Wineport, Shauna. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. But do not permit me to delay you any longer. Pray deliver the wine to Captain Weiskayet. Well, yes, I would very much like to drink it. But I am a patient man. I have faith that one day I shall have another opportunity to taste perfection.
Okay. We're supposed to go to him. Gonna go up there first. If I can complete the treasures and tribulations quest, or at least progress it further. Like there's a fate happening up there. Apparently it's called 9 to 5. And of course there's also one happening over here. But it just involves that one, it seems.
WH who goes there? Wait, don't tell me. Yevi come to help old Aldwine dig for buried Treesaresh. Well, I'll have ya know, I'm foreign just fine by shelf. Choose look at that, eek. Beauty over there. Not that I can blame ye for being jealous o me vast richesh.
I love the fact that the text-to-speech actually is able to do the slurring of the words to an extent.
Lucky for ye, I'm feelin', eek. Gene Roush today. So here sh the deal, I'll give ye the honor of opening my late dish covery. That sh right. For one precious moment, ye can walk in the shush of Aldwine, treasure hunter, eek. Extraordinaire. Go on, now. The cash kid won't, eek. Bite or nothing.
I do have the feeling that it might bite. That's the purple aura. And there's gonna be 2 additional enemies that spawn. Okay, let's check the shabby casket. Got received a tarot coin purse and a broken bottle, I
What are ya
believe it
waiting
was.
for? The cash kid won't. Eek. Bite or nothing.
Ah, got cancelled because it ended up being under attack. Might as well just help this guy, or the enemy, so I can get the item in the casket. Take a coin purse and a broken bottle from the casket.
7 Helsh. Where did those, eek, nasty buggers come from? Why, if I had trusty pickaxe with me, I'd split their schools clean in, eek. 2. Where in the world did those things go, any, eek, way?
Nothing but a tons of coins. This threadbare trifle represents the contents of Elwine's treasure discovery in full, and a broken bottle recovered from the open treasure cover. A vicious substance gives off a sickeningly sweet odor.
What sh this? Look, old wine sh had the finest Eorzea hash to offer, from the drownin' wench to Bush Karen sh druthers, and he ain't seen nothing like. GG great Birgat sh gut? It sh a trap, that sh what it was. Opening the casket shattered the here bottle, and the foulschla poured out, luring them nasty buggers with its, eek. Stink. I told ya to be more careful. Now hand over the, eek. Loot. Yeah maybe he opened the casket, but twash ol Aldwine what did the dirty work. Wait, that sh it? Ya gave me everything? Why, I got more last time I sold me undergarment cheer for grog money. Ya aren't hiding nothing from me, or yet? Well, it looks here like we've got no choice. We sh got to go out and shiarko bigger and, eek. Better tree Suresh. Not the same tree Suresh, oh Korshi, I can't hold your hand forever. So sit back, and let ol Aldwine impart to ya a proper trove o knowledge on treasure hunter Aaron. Firstly, ya find yourself a map. Once you have your map, then ya decipher it, that means ya look at it nice and good, like. Then, when ya be figured out where your treasure is hidden, ya go there, and ya dig it up. Sounds simple enough, yes eh? Ha. I might make it look easy, but I can assure you it ain't. Treasure hunter Aaron demands sharp eyes and a sharper, eek, mind. But don't be discouraged, hone your skills like ol Aldwine and the tree Suresh are sure to follow. Now, if you'll excuse me throat sh feelin' dry.
Okay.
Bish won't even buy me a swig o' the wench's cheapst grog. What sh a man to do to drown his shorosh?
Doesn't sound like a very good treasure hunt. We can dig and decipher. Nice. The only reason I specifically wanted to try and do this is simply because I already had a treasure map. Using the general action decipher, you can examine a time-worn map. Doing so will change it into a key item known as a treasure map, which, true to its name, will reveal to you the location of a hidden cache of riches. Please note you can only possess one treasure map at any given time. If you wish to decipher another time-worn map, you must decipher either find the current hidden cache or simply discard the map leading to it. Let's see. Just quickly change up stuff here. Let's see, general skills. Let's put dig down there and also decipher. I forgot about that. That's there. Okay. That seems to be around here. The treasure is located. Let's just move that down there for now. Using a treasure map will bring up a window that reveals the rough whereabouts of hidden cache. It is then up to you to cross-reference the area map and pinpoint its precise location. Upon arriving at the specified location, use the general's action dig to locate and extract the treasure. Barring any navigational errors, a chest laden with bounty will appear. Be fairly warned, the chest may be rigged with a trap that lures ferocious creatures to you. You must defeat them if you walk away with life, limb, and loot. Okay. I wanted to go over here, get that crystal. And then I guess I'll travel down there and deliver the wine. Huh. Sorry, tonight. Been cold.
Well met, traveler. Might I
Then head down here. Kind of thinking also before the end of the stream, I kind of want to go down and get that treasure, or at least try and see if I can get it. Just remember that it's level 40 recommended. Okay, so it does see the recommended level for the treasure. About labeling that again.
Your prolonged absence was beginning to concern me. So, what of the wine I asked you to bring?
Bacchus wine, vintage wine, wine from the year 1547 of the 6th astral era.
Is that 7 hells, a 1547 Bacchus? Even I know how rare that is. I have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you. But congratulations, Shauna. Thanks to you, this will be the most luxurious feast Costa del Sol has seen in years. Considering the lengths you went to, I hope our guests appreciate it. Speaking of which, your associate arrived a short while ago. She appears to be growing somewhat impatient. Perhaps you could tell her that the banquet is about to begin?
Get the pet. Stola. Company of Heroes.
You have the look of a woman who has been to the seventh hell and back. That a guest should be expected to supply the victuals for a banquet held in her own honor. And this while the shadow of Titan looms over us all. It beggars belief. I can only applaud your stoicism. Had I been asked to endure such ignominy, I fear I should have accepted my lot with less grace.
Lady Wishtala. Lady Majula. A thousand pardons for this extreme discourtesy. I was wholly unaware of your true identity, madam. Had I known, I would never have permitted my man to subject you to such unspeakable ordeals. Come now, she must have sensed something was amiss. You didn't seriously think I would send you running the length and breadth of Eorzea for a banquet, did you?
Spare her your mockery, Captain. Your intent was unclear to me until this moment. And unlike me, Shauna has no knowledge of your traditions. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten her.
Fair's fair. There's no sense hiding it any longer. We five were chosen by our brothers and sisters, and before the company of heroes disbanded, we each swore a solemn oath that any who would follow in our footsteps must be weighed and measured, not by their reputation, but by their deeds.
This one, Lord.
Each man
Almost
would
signed
judge
the
these
Titan.
would-be
Yep.
godslayers by his own criteria. If even one found her wanting, she would be rejected without a second thought. But if she proved herself worthy, we swore that we would do our utmost to support her cause. The world has ever been full of brave souls eager to give their lives for a righteous cause, but all too few capable of making a difference with their sacrifice. To send wave after wave of hapless adventurers into the jaws of a foe against whom they have no hope of victory is worse than futile. Titan is.
Fancy 14, let me in, please. I'm guessing there's a large queue.
Not one to be challenged lightly, and we will not be complicit in the deaths of the unworthy. The world has ever been full of brave souls eager to give their lives for a righteous cause, but all too few capable of making a difference with their sacrifice. To send wave after wave of hapless adventurers into the jaws of a foe against whom they have no hope of victory is worse than futile. Titan is not one to be challenged lightly, and we will not be complicit in the deaths of the unworthy.
Which is why the five of you deigned to test Shauna with such commendable thoroughness. Time well spent, I am sure. But tell us, Captain, what is the assessment of you and your fellows?
She's a brave one, that much is certain. She willingly walked into the midst of danger, despite my repeated warnings that it could cost her her life. Her skill is undeniable. She stalked her prey as relentlessly as any child of the sands, and struck with precision when an opportunity presented itself.
You're in? Nice. It is. It wasn't the 1,200 you had the other day.
These days care only for fortune and glory. Shauna, however, is a kind and generous soul. I am certain she has no shortage of loyal allies who will gladly fight at her side. PSHHH. Shkoha. Wily Uplander is talentful plansmaker. Tricksy foe for mighty rockman. PSHHH. Shko. Wily Uplander is talentful plansmaker. Tricksy foe for mighty rockman. I can only concur with my colleagues' assessments. We 5 of the company of heroes hereby judge you a worthy challenger. Cast down the Lord of Crags, Shauna Majula, and write a new chapter in the history of Eorzea. With the formalities out of the way, let the festivities begin. Summon the dancers, pour the wine. Eat, drink, and be merry, my friends, for today we celebrate the birth of a new legend, Shauna Majula, Titan's Bane. Shauna Majula, Titan's Bane.
Okay, time for the party. Speak with the bronze-skinned beauty.
Congratulations, sweetling. Now relax and enjoy the show. It's only just begun.
Okay, partake of the feast. Bouncy. Yep.
Tasting the exotic feast triggers a divine revelation. In that brief, transcendent moment, you glimpse the true form of reality, comprehend its fleeting nature, and cry out to the heavens in celebration.
Okay. Okay. To talk to all the members.
When you face the Lord of Crags, think not of Limsa Eorzea, or anything beyond his chamber. Think only of the men and women by your side.
Just Yata, basically.
Fight for them, and they will fight for you. Remember that no great victory was ever achieved alone.
Okay. This guy.
PSHHH. Shko. Goodly Uplander must be facing mighty rockmen with clever fighty think. Gobby Flock cannot be coming to rescue this time. PSHHH. Shko.
Ah, there's another one.
Ah, Shauna, you brave fool. Promise me that when you meet Titan, you'll look him in the eye and tell him Land Enel sends his regards.
And the last two are here.
You are a veteran of countless battles, Shauna. This is but one more. Trust in your experience, and you will prevail. You are blessed with the fortitude to rival the earth itself. Titan will struggle to break you, I think.
You are kind to indulge them, Shauna. This banquet is as much for the company as it is for you, whatever they may claim. I do not deny that they mean well, but now is scarcely the time for celebration. Though they have all but pronounced you the victor, the battle with Titan has yet to begin. The hour has come for the good captain to make good on his promise. We must speak with him again.
I'm basically just using the auto progress in here because, or like for cutscenes, because it seems like it kind of fucks up sometimes if I don't use that. Or at least it seems like it fucks up less. In terms of like the dialogue progressing on its own or repeating things Okay, as you wish.
You must be eager to face Titan. As promised, we will show you the way. Travel to Bronze Lake in Upper Lonacy. There you will meet with Ryal, another man who once served with the company. To ensure that this knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands, he will remain in hiding until you have given the correct signal. Give me your map. You must whistle loudly at the 3 locations I mark. Only then will he appear to meet you at this 4th location. I realize this may seem excessive now, but you will see that it is more than reasonable once you comprehend the risks inherent in our method.
Okay. So up here. There we go. Where's the 4th location then? I think it's up there if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it was.
Greetings, lass. Might you be the one the captain said would come, Callan? I thought so. Pay attention, now, cause I ain't explainin' meself twice. Years ago, when we was weighing up how to get to Titan, one of our scouts stumbled across this beastman Etherite, see. What's that look for? Not familiar with him.
He speaks of an unamplified etherite which has been claimed by a beast tribe. Lest you wonder, there is no fundamental difference between such etherites and those which you have used on countless occasions, Shauna.
Ah, well if it ain't the Charlayan lass. Welcome back.
Forgive me for interrupting. I had planned to await your report, but I succumbed to curiosity. The tunnels beneath Ogomora form a bewildering labyrinth that no outsider has ever fully explored. How the company of heroes managed to navigate it is a mystery I have long pondered.
Ha! Give us a bit of credit, love. We weren't daft enough to try going in the front. The kobolds are always digging new tunnels and filling the old ones with traps. One wrong step, and the next thing you know, you've got 100 tons of rock on your noggin. Suicide to even try, see. Funny thing was, the kobolds didn't seem to have no trouble finding their way round, and it was that as got us thinking. I mean, Ugamaro mines are like a bleedin' city, ain't they? And getting around in a city that big would be a right pain in the arse if you didn't have an Ethernet, wouldn't it? So it stood to. Reason that the kobolds must have one, didn't it? Funny thing was, the kobolds didn't seem to have no trouble finding their way round, and it was that as got us thinking. I mean, Ugamaro mines are like a bleedin' city, ain't they? And getting around in a city that big would be a right pain in the arse if you didn't have an Ethernet, wouldn't it? So it stood to reason that the kobolds must have one, didn't it?
Even if there were etherite shards in the depths of Ogomora, you would have needed to attune yourselves to them before you could identify their signatures within the life stream.
Ah, well, that's where you're wrong, love. We had this Charlayan bloke to help us, see. Delivered us right into Titan's bedchamber, he did.
Also ready to Titan. Okay, if you don't mind. I can do that. It is getting close to the end of where I usually stop the stream, but I can probably go a bit over. Just need to get through this dialogue with that tendency to glitch out a little bit.
I don't rightly know how he did it, but I do remember him saying it weren't nothing any Charlayan scholar worth her salt couldn't manage.
Did he now? Humph. Locating a beacon in the absence of a known signature might be possible if the Aetherites in question happen to be. Yes. But in order to guide a traveler to said beacon safely, a second party would be required to. Did he now? Humph. Locating a beacon in the absence of a known signature might be possible if the Aetherites in question happen to be. Yes. But in order to guide a traveler to said beacon safely, a second party would be required to. It is possible, in theory at least. Yet I cannot be certain until I try. Plainly, all will depend upon whether or not I am worth my salt.
This text-to-speech thing is kind of annoying sometimes.
Oh, you are, lass. Don't you worry about that. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Why don't we all go to Zelma's Run and take a closer look at the Aetherite? It ain't far, though there's sure to be a few kobolds blocking the way. Not ya can't handle, mind.
Okay. Up there, and send the beastmen either right. Do this leap first, sure. I'll probably have to sit through some more dialogue, which does take a little bit of time after all.
So this is the Aetherite the company of heroes used to gain access to Titan's sanctuary. It is as Papalimo speculated. In its present state, this Aetherite's signal will not be strong enough for our purposes. I may, however, be able to use my own energies to amplify it. Alas, the task will monopolize my attention for the duration. It seems you will have to proceed without me, Shauna. I must needs remain here and supplement this beacon's power, lest you be denied your only path of escape. Fear not, I will summon the Maelstrom forces stationed nearby to protect us. With effort, it is possible that I may be able to stabilize the Aetherite's signal and thereby join you, albeit belatedly. Until such time as I do, you will be on your own. Now, let us see if I am worth my salt. I have located another beacon, one far below the mountain. I can only speculate as to what you will find there, so stint not in your preparation.
Go. So we'll close down the map there. Okay. Just as you're done with the leap. Nice. So should be able to just bend you, I guess. Nice, and I'm gonna make sure that we don't queue up for a one we don't need to do. This one is going to want to make sure also good. We'll look right here.
Look, an overdweller. Yes, yes, an invader from above. She uses our etherites against us. She has defiled Titan's sacred sanctuary, trespassed, violated, defiled. Overdwellers must leave. Overdwellers must fly. Brothers and sisters, fear her not. Her fate shall be decided by the Lord of Crags. Hear me, Overdweller. You and your treacherous brethren must be held to account for the breaking of the covenant. You shall be first to face judgment. Then Limsa and her oath breakers, liars, betrayers, oath breakers. O great Father, Lord of Crags. Titan, we summon you. Titan, we summon you. O great Father, Lord of... O great Father, Lord of Crags.
Just didn't need to listen to that several times. I just skipped it and muted and or told it on and off, or off and on again.
He is come. He is come. The Lord of Crags, Titan is come. Overdweller, art thou deaf to their weeping? Thy vile kind coveteth ever the blessing of the land and murdereth my children by the score, all in service to greed. Such sins are beyond pardon. Ah, but I am not the first to suffer thy defiance. Thou didst bring Ifrit low. Godless overdweller. Thy myriad heresies shall not go unpunished. Upon thee shall I wreak a terrible vengeance.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay, stone again. Nice.
The Lord of Crags, Great Father Titan has fallen.
Look, they still.
The crimes of the Overdwellers shall never be forgiven. Never be forgotten. No, no, never. 'Twas your kin who broke the covenant. We have acted only in defense of our lands. Cease your aggression, or never will there be peace. Until our dying breaths, we shall defy you, deny, decry, defy.
We have some of the Empire guys up
Now
there.
these are the readings one would expect of an icon. I have seen enough. We proceed as planned. Are you sure that is wise, my lord? Your curiosity is untested and unproven. We do not yet know its true capabilities. Then trust in mine, write it in. My curiosity, as you so eloquently put it, would have bested Titan in the blink of an eye. Why, if there be truth to the legends, it could readily subjugate the whole of Eorzea given but a little while longer. Is that not so? It is. No greater single power has ever been conceived, much less realized. What you say may well be true. But while such devices may win battles, I do not believe they will serve to change the course of this war. Oh, but they will. Have a little faith, my friend. I cannot endorse this course of action. Fool. And now she has a fourth. Fascinating. Carry on, Crystal Bearer. Far though you have come, your work is far from done.
And not remain to mark his passing. Well, the Ascians are nothing if not elusive. It is of little wonder that they should cast advanced teleportation magics at will. But that they would choose to consort with the Empire. What common goal could they possibly share? I feared I might arrive too late, but I see you had the matter well in hand. I have taken measures to ensure that we are not pursued, yet I cannot say how long they will hold. Take your leave while the kobolds are still in disarray. I will follow anon. There is something I must investigate before I depart. I will teleport you to the Etherite in Zelma's Run, and we will rendezvous at Camp Bronze Lake. Agreed?
Why is everyone still just standing here? Okay. Okay, so how's that camp? And I think once I've accepted the next main quest.
I am relieved to see you well. But come, let us discuss our next step.
Once I've accepted the next one, I think I'm gonna go ahead and do the treasure hunt that I found, or and do the treasure map thing, and then after that I'll probably end the stream there.
The word will already have reached Maelstrom Command. Protocol requires that a representative of our order inform the High Commander of the mission's success. The honor is rightfully yours, Shauna. Once again, I must commend you on a job well done. We shall speak again soon.
Okay, that is down there. Okay, but and give commendations during cutscenes, and if you leave, you can't receive any. It's yours the since you were the only one who had done it before, you were waiting for everyone to finish. Alright, were they all was everyone just watching the cutscene? Or what? Say, these two icons, not that great. They look basically identical. Audio and high ether. Everyone besides you were first timers. Ah. Okay, before I do the treasure chest thingy, I'll just quickly do this. Okay, key items. This. And it was there, I think I looted. Based off what I can see, at least, so that means go there, but I think it's about the same distance. So let's go Camp Drybone. Make sure remember, did I have gotten the mount speed increase here? This was Eastern. Nope, haven't gotten it for this place yet. Oh. Okay, so I cross the bridge. What's this location? Then use the dig ability. Ah, that was a pet hotbar. Did use this ability basically. Treasure hunting, yeah, it is a quest. I can actually treasures and tribulations. It is a quest that is located up here in Wineport. and it basically requires you to find some treasure maps. I think the way that I found one that I'm using basically was through gathering. I think you can basically find like, for example, in my case, I found like a bottle that apparently had a treasure map in it. You can then, after doing that quest, you can then get an ability called Decipher, which allows you to basically take the map, basically make it into a key item. What do I get for it? I actually don't know. That's what I'm about to figure out, really. Let's see, dig. Oh, on the coffer. I don't know exactly what you get. But I do know that there's apparently enemies like these that can spawn. But the actual contents of the treasure coffer I don't really know. They also have like recommended levels to do, like this one was recommended for like level 40, I believe. Okay, let's see. I got a piece of armor that seems like it might be better, but I think it's actually also one of the ones that has a hood. Fire shards, an iron ingot, and a spindle of wool yarn. Okay. If it's one of the ones with the hood. Let's see, with this I get 10 mind. This one gives me 13. And 16 spell speed. It's just a straight up upgrade, to be honest. Even if I lose the hat. Going into slice, alright. Did kind of wish that you could maybe remove the hood during this, but wish me luck. Good luck with it. Let's see, I might as well send over to Lominso. That will probably be where I end up ending today's stream. I think I'm just gonna quickly drop off some things at one of my retainers. Basically ended up getting a retainer here earlier today. Mainly just so I could take some of the stuff from my Chocobo's saddlebag and put somewhere else. Should be a bell right over there.
I was just thinking of you.
Let's just turn that off. Let's see here. Sort this and We lost fast. Ooh. Let's see. I don't really need anything else there. Okay. And I guess we can quickly drop some things in my saddlebag. Guess I could put this one away as well. Actually, edit, sort that. There we go. Alright, so yeah, I think this is probably gonna be where I end my stream for today, because yeah, it's been almost 4.5 hours, and yeah, don't really feel like continuing the quest right now. So I guess I'll just be back tomorrow. Should be on tomorrow, I think. I have been invited up to my parents' holiday house. I don't really know what the actual name for it is in English, because if you were to translate directly from Danish, it would basically be called a summer house, which doesn't really make any sense. I guess vacation house or something like that they bought not too long ago, where I was supposed to then go up there with my brother and sister. But I did spend like a week with them. Like the entirety of last week was basically spent with them. And I have to say, I kind of would want to get I love my family, but my god, do I get tired of being with them for like extended periods of time where you don't have really any way of being on your own. Gets a little bit annoying, at least for me. So I'm thinking of just staying at home and probably then just stream instead. So yeah, should be streaming tomorrow, but who knows, maybe I decide to go up there anyway. I don't know yet. I guess we'll see. Anyway, let's just see who is currently streaming that I could host potentially. Let's see here. The stream. Thanks for dropping by, Solar, and also for the fight against Titan. But yeah, let's see here. Currently we have Lawthon that's live. He is playing VR chat. There's Rainavius Jr. who is playing games and demos. Apparently. Because he's apparently getting achievements in games, because likes getting achievements. XIV is playing Super Mario Party, or not Super Mario Party, Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. And Mosh is doing a concert on Twintania, apparently. We can do the stuff to unlock the harder ones once I'm done with the base game. Sure. But apparently, Solar, if you were to go, because I believe you were on Twintania, if you were to go to the to Gridania, you would be able to find the Mosh I don't know, group. It's basically a band of sorts of a bunch of bards, that just plays a bunch of music. Currently in Gridania. They seem to be right next to the Chocobo people, apparently. Final Fantasy 14 band, yep. And they seem to have a very big crowd right now from what their stream is showing. Yeah. You know what? I guess I'll just post them. Might as well. But yeah. You're not super interested. That you can like good at playing the Bard stuff yourself. Yeah. I don't really know how to play the Bard stuff, to be honest. Personally. But I do know that there's a way that you can use something to do it for yourself. But I haven't really looked into it that much. I've just heard some of my friends mention something. The roleplay to be complete. That's also be a bard. Okay. But yeah. You're not interested in the Wiki plugin? Alright. It does also seem like, from what I've seen of it, that it does require you to find some of them that have actually been created properly, otherwise they just kind of mess up, I guess. But yeah. I guess I'll be just seeing you guys probably tomorrow. If not, then definitely Wednesday, or not Wednesday, definitely Sunday. So yeah. Guess I'll just post Mosh because I guess might as well. And yeah. Till next time, guys. I'll see ya.